Screen quick and oh dang. Quick the full house you got tonight. Also Axel gets notification, so apparently don't seem to be working. Give me 1 second. I have to reset it. Okay, there we go. I prefer having the sound notifications for Axel Tarrot because it means I can actually check them. But yes, good evening, everyone. Gonna try drawing my own artwork for a change. After God knows how long I was doing the VTuber fan arts thing. Okay, it's not the for VTubers specifically, but feels nice to actually draw something I want for a change. Yeah, aren't we all? Let's see. While we're drawing, watch. Oh yeah, right. I think Rhythm Red had a really good documentary on what happened to extra credits over the years. Yeah, would you believe there was actually a time when those guys actually had credibility? I mean, outside of the history videos they ultimately do nowadays. I mean, their history content's actually pretty good, which makes perfect sense that they pivot towards it, but still, I wish that their old main series actually people actually knew about their old main series, but outside of that infamous meme everyone knows. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that up. And yeah, let's go ahead and start. Oh dang, they even have the intro down to a T.
The culture of YouTube has evolved in a lot of ways over the years. What you may consider part of the standard YouTube experience like monetizing one's videos or having a Patreon were once widely considered selling out, and engaging in that practice was definitely frowned upon at the time. Or have you ever gone back to watch a 10-plus-year-old video only to be shocked when you hear all manners of curse words or worse, completely uncensored because you're so used to YouTubers today being forced to censor themselves in order to avoid demonetization?
Well, I fucking doubt. That's only because I don't actually, because I'm not monetized yet. Oh, hey Raymond. Actually, come on, sir. Uh, it says 1,000 on my current YouTube goal, but 1,005 on my app. It must be a bug. Here's what happens. Anyway, back to this.
In most circumstances, these changes aren't the end of the world, but there's one aspect of modern YouTube culture that many channels have started adopting that, though it may be benign in a majority of use cases, this same practice can prove to be a double-edged sword. It may bring great success and prosperity to your channel, but it can also result in your channel feeling stale, soulless, or bland. And a prime example we can use as a learning opportunity is with the channel Extra Credits. In recent years, we've seen content creators increasingly trend towards becoming more and more corporate. Back in my day, when you watched content on YouTube, you knew that the person you were watching was the sole author or authors of their content. What you see is what you get. It's what made YouTube, YouTube. But nowadays, YouTubers are now veering increasingly towards becoming corporate entities. Now, many YouTubers hire fleets of employees to work on their channels, everything from producing the content itself to PR and brand management, SEO, merchandising, brand deals. I mean, back in the day, if you wanted to buy a Fred shirt, you had to order that shit online. Nowadays, you can just walk into any Walmart and not only find Mr. Beast branded products, but many products branded with the iconography of YouTubers who target a very young child demographic, which is pretty insidious now that I think about it.
Oh, it is very much insidious. Marketing shit towards kids, I think, got skyrocketed through the Paul brothers, honestly. But yeah, kids are sadly a prime target for a lot of toy companies because, well, kids have lower impulse control than adults. It is probably the most sinister fact you'll ever learn.
Hey, impressionable child audience, buy my YouTuber merch! But make no mistake, YouTubers
It sadly cannot say, hey, the F word. Fucking pussies.
of all audience demographics engage in trying to wring their audiences of their money by selling them crap they don't really need. Now, in theory, there isn't anything wrong with channels choosing to expand. I think there are tons of YouTubers that make their content with a team that makes content just as...
I should probably do a reaction to What Happened video at some point. I love that dude's videos.
They produce content alone. But there are definitely those channels that start outsourcing their writing or their editing to another person or other people, and while the content isn't objectively worse, you watch it and you can tell something's off. The editing's all weird, and now they're adding weird current day memes they didn't used to. The song choices become less thoughtfully chosen to match the theme of the channel, and are now just generic video game songs you hear in virtually every YouTube video. Beneath the Mask from Persona 5, anyone? In general, you start seeing all...
Oh, fuck off. Beneath the Mask is amazing. I listen to it when I have to go to sleep. But yeah, video game music is just kind of something a lot of YouTubers use because, well, it's ultimately rarely monetized, and yeah, even nowadays, Nintendo has ultimately only barely started doing it. Yeah, along with Square Enix. And maybe Capcom? I think Konami also did. Well, whatever.
All the little details, design choices, characteristics, and quirks of a channel gradually be sanded away over time for the sake of making content as efficiently and profitably as possible. Extra Credits is one such example of this. What once was an innovative channel making the first step towards more highbrow, deeper examination of video games as an art form has now become a watered down and sterilized version of what it once was, with its image now forever being tainted by a controversy so disastrous it's hard to look past. And nowadays...
Yes. See, it's a term that we, old millennials call seasonal rot. Or as I also like to call it, the Chipman effect. And yeah, sadly, Extra Credits was also another victim of the Chipman effect. Well, sort of. I don't think any of them are really lol cows. Or at least yet, anyways. But they have definitely gone through seasonal rot.
They've fallen from grace so hard, they've landed into obscurity. With a completely different kind of content they produce completely
a very rare
overshadowing the
trait
series
for
that started
lol
their
cows,
channel
I'm
in the
sure.
first place. This is the rise and fall of Extra Credits, and the hidden cost of YouTube corporatism.
Yeah, I like Beneath the Mask too. I couldn't think of it. I probably should play Persona 5 on stream one of these days.
Our story starts here at the Savannah College of Art and Design. I just happen to be there. A man by the name of
Huh.
Daniel Floyd would attend the
Neat.
college in the late 2000s studying animation. As part of a presentation for his art history class at the university, he would produce a 10-minute illustrated lecture video in which he discussed video games as a medium for storytelling. This was actually at the suggestion of his professor, either because of Floyd's interest in the medium or his interest in working in animation for games. It may be hard to imagine now that we're in an age of seemingly endless amounts of video game analysis content, everything from analyzing video game stories, game design, animation, and character design, and so on, but back in the late 2000s, virtually no one was producing any of this type of content. Remember, this was back in the days when the angry video game nerd was the biggest gaming creator online, and his immense...
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe back in the day, but video games were still extremely niche. Like, we were still in the retro bubble. And if you're wondering how obscure the video game scene was back in the day, we were still under the impression that video game reference equals funny. It was a pretty simpler time.
His popularity resulted in him influencing others to create content.
Also love the pissed off angry gamer man. I completely forgot get his name, but I fucking love looking at this as the room of AVGN clones. Hope that dude's doing all right.
Similar to his. Content with more thoughtful analysis wouldn't really come until the mid-2010s. Dan's presentation, which he had just so happened to throw onto his own personal YouTube channel, really gave the internet its first real taste of someone really analyzing games as an art form. And the audience showed that there was interest in this kind of analysis of games. Data on exactly how well this video did is hard to come by without direct access to the channel's analytics, but in the first 3 months, this first video got 6,000 views, which is like maybe roughly equivalent to...
Oh, hey, little lightning. Also, get ready for cancer. Because that always happens when you eat gaming cores.
to 50k in today's viewership, a very respectable number. This, in essence, birthed the series Video Games and Dan's prototypical series that would go on to become Extra Credits. Thanks to the glowing praise from his professor and the YouTube audience, he proceeded to create a sequel presentation on video games and how the medium handles sexuality, this time made to be presented in his media theory class. Dan also threw this one onto YouTube as well, and while his first presentation only achieved a modest, respectable view count, this video exploded in popularity when it was uploaded. It achieved a whopping 75,000 views. 75,000 may not sound like a lot, but remember, this was back in 2008. 75,000 back then is roughly equivalent to like a million views today. Not only that, but it was also reported on by video game journalism sites like Kotaku and Joystick. This immediate success was the first real sign that the gaming community had grown an appetite for this in-depth analysis of their medium. Within this presentation, he quotes some game developers to add credence to his arguments. Among the game developers quoted is one by the name of James Portnow. After producing the video, Dan shot James an email letting him know that he made a presentation inspired by his thoughts on the subject, and gave him a link to view it for himself. Safe to say, James was impressed by the work Dan had put into the video and pitched Dan the idea of them collaborating on future episodes, where James would become the writer of the subsequent episodes, while Dan would present them as the narrator and illustrator in the same format he had been using up to that point. The pair would then go on to produce 6 more episodes over the span of the next 2 years. This pace is pretty glacial, considering the show's complexity and production value. Thank you.
So yeah, basically simple beginnings. Like a lot of content typically is.
there was going to be any hope for this show growing and starting to amass a real audience for itself, there had to be something motivating Dan and James to put time into producing the show more than just as a hobby outside of work. As such, James started reaching out to companies in hopes that they would supply the funding for the production of more episodes. Dan and James probably didn't know it at the time, but this would be their first step to creating something huge. Enter The Escapist. You most likely know them formerly as the company that would host and produce Ben Yahtzee Crowshaw's video.
Yes, the company that has a massive history of just screwing over their creators. Yes, I said history. Escapist has always been screwing them over. The whole exodus of media employees was just the final straw.
Game review series Zero Punctuation. Dan himself cited ZP as being a direct inspiration for his original presentation, so it's kind of fitting that the company that was producing the very series that inspired Dan would offer to host and compensate Dan and James in exchange for them producing weekly episodes exclusively for their site. That's right, the show would actually move away from YouTube for a period. It probably seems pretty asinine to people today, but back then, YouTube, while it was the main website to get your internet video entertainment, it was far from the only one. Hell.
Yeah. We all hated those days. If you think YouTube's monetization system was absolutely dreadful, you don't know just how bad it was back then. Hell, you couldn't even avoid getting banned on that site without a conglomerate.
This was back when Newgrounds was actually still relevant, and back when creators like Cinemassacre and That Guy with the Glasses were primarily hosted on their own websites. Plus, sharing.
I mean, Newgrounds is relevant again now. Yeah, only because a lot of people were just abandoning a lot of sites. Also, some frickin' drag racers are by my house again. I swear to God, this happens every.
A website with Yahtzee probably gave them some solid exposure early on among the gaming community online. There was one problem, however. Dan himself admitted that what really held back the production of episodes of his series was the duty of creating the visuals for the episodes, specifically the art. Though it's not the most detailed art in the world, having to create this many drawings takes quite a bit of time, especially when he could only do it when he's not at work. It was logistically impossible for Dan to continue being the illustrator and artist for the official series. So, James looked to a colleague of his to step in and take over the responsibility of the art. Enter Alison Theus, the first artist in a long line of artists that would come and go over the course of the series. With Alison now on board, the crew behind Extra Credits had officially been cemented. It's hard to think of the channel in its purest form without thinking of these three. This solidified each person's role at Extra Credits, and would go on to establish the framework for the team moving forward, being condensed into writers, the host, and artists. The very beginning of...
Yeah, these three were basically the powerhouse of these Extra Credits back in the day. And probably the main reason why everyone ultimately remembered them. I mean, before the infamous meme video. But they'll get to that, I'm sure.
Extra Credits was actually largely a retread of a lot of concepts already explored by Dan and James before. In fact, many of the earliest episodes of the series were practically just word-for-word remakes of...
Well, that was also an infamous video, but it's nowhere near the meme level as the infamous Stop Normalizing Nazis video.
Of episodes of Dan's prototypical series.
The concept of the Uncanny Valley was introduced in the 70s by a Japanese roboticist named Masahiro Mori. The story goes that Mori liked to build robots a whole lot, and over time, he started building his robots to look increasingly human-like. And the more human qualities he gave to his bots, the more people liked them. Their vaguely human characteristics were charming. They looked like big, bolted, awkward children, and everybody loved them.
But interspersed with those retreads were a lot of videos touching on topical subjects that gamers would certainly like to hear broken down. Things like the validity of motion controls as an input method, the Project $10 scheme that EA was pulling to combat used games, and the stereotypes of the word gamer. These episodes are still just as thought-provoking today as they were when they were released, as these concepts are still somewhat relevant in today's day and age. And it didn't take long until Extra Credit started to explore more highbrow concepts, like how amnesia is an often used plot cliche by game developers to easily start their games in medias res, or the difference between choice and conflict as driving forces in games. Extra Credits positioned itself as a gaming channel that would discuss the games industry, and had all of its episodes entirely written by a game designer on one of the biggest franchises both then and now, yet they always prioritized the best interest of the consumer. But at the same time, Extra Credits always remained realistic about their view of the industry. A lot of gamers from the time were very hostile to basically all of the new monetization schemes of the 7th generation, but Extra Credits took the bold stance that things like paid DLC, patching, and microtransactions aren't inherently bad or malicious or predatory. It's simply that a lot of games utilizing these schemes, namely those by EA, were doing it wrong. They believed that these concepts could be done well, and I think that a decade later, we've seen games approach it much more fairly. They were reasonable in how they approached their ideas, making it understandable and agreeable to, let's face it, an audience that is not known for being understanding and agreeable. Things were going.
Yeah, this would eventually bite them in the ass a bit later on. Trying to take a neutral stance on monetization. But yeah, we're not there yet.
Well for Extra Credits for a while, but soon, a pretty huge roadblock sprang up. On June 28th of 2011, James made a tweet on the Twitter account for the show announcing that the artist Allison had suffered a radial tear in her shoulder. This injury resulted in severe pain in her dominant hand, which called into question the future of her career as an artist. Not only that, but Allison being unable to draw would also mean production of Extra Credits would have to halt entirely, and the show would have to be put under an indefinite hiatus. And, even worse, Allison's health insurance provider rejected her claim, stating their belief that her injury was a pre-existing condition, leaving Allison to have to pay for the entirety of her hospital bills out of pocket. And $15,000 isn't exactly the type of money people just have lying around. So, without many other options,
Shifting the discourse of gaming was very difficult, and as the very early version of this channel's like E3 and magazine Game Informer. And was to be entertaining showcase rather than a review. Yeah, plus there were, I mean, magazines did originally have those types of reviews, but they were not a lot of them held up very well. Just gonna put that out there. But yeah, let's see where we're going.
would have to halt entirely, and the show would have to be put under an indefinite hiatus. And, even worse, Allison's health insurance provider rejected her claim, stating their belief that her injury was a pre-existing condition, leaving Allison to have to pay for the entirety of her hospital bills out of pocket. And $15,000.
And yeah, no one has that money in now either. Thank you, American healthcare system. Okay, so gamers would say games is art, but the discourse at the time was more entertainment based rather than critical. Oh yeah, I was definitely there. And yeah, the only two channels who were actually advocating for the games that is art was, or at least on YouTube, was ultimately this channel and Movie Bob. They haven't held that torch in a good while, I'm just gonna say.
Dollars isn't exactly the type of money people just have lying around. So, without many other options, Allison, James, and Dan turned to their community for help. The trio set up a donation campaign on Rocket Hub, asking for donations from their fans to provide Allison with the funding she...
Oh, dang, Rocket Hub. There's a name I haven't heard in a good while. Dead. Hearing a dead website after a long time is kind of jarring.
she needs for her treatment. Immediately, the viewers of Extra Credits showed their full support for Allison, with the campaign having reached over $60,000 in donations in just 2 days. This event perfectly exemplifies just how beloved Extra Credits and the team behind it was in its early years. The audience not only loved the show, but they appreciated how the show made them feel heard. Back then, there was definitely a huge divide between the gaming community and the actual developers who put together the very games they loved. The only form of social media that had caught on...
Yeah. And, sadly, it's kind of growing apart for different reasons. Oh, yeah, also, I should point out that that one dev who decided to... Also, shout out to that one infamous game dev who decided to vent his frustrations at Toll Biscuit right after he passed away. Oh, piece of shit he was.
At all at the time were more personal sites like Facebook and MySpace. Ones where the intended design was for you to share your life and thoughts with the very people in it. You can't exactly add Shigeru Miyamoto as a friend on Facebook, let's be real. But Extra Credits provided gamers a glimpse into just how their favorite games are made and the thought and creativity put into them. The donation campaign ended up raising almost 7 times the stated goal, reaching over $100,000 in total. This more than made Allison's surgery and recovery a comfortable one. But the Extra Credits team were left with the challenging question of what to do with the rest of the money. They were left with a massive surplus of money provided to them by their viewers, so they had to decide what to put the money to.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's, perfectly fine, Alex. And yeah, I never said that Total Biscuit was plain. I'm just saying it was tasteless to just vent all your work frustrations at the dude right after he died of cancer.
Words that their fans would find agreeable. And since they've been such advocates for game developers and giving them the freedom to create the games that they want without publisher restriction or mandates, they decided to start an indie game fund, using the money left over from the fundraiser to help fund indie game projects to help assist in getting them out to market. This was gonna be great. It would give Extra Credits the chance to give back to their fans by funding the very games they want to see more of. But there's just one little problem with that. The reason why the EC team had to turn to crowdfunding was due in part to the fact that the Escapist hadn't actually been paying the team for some time at that point. In fact, not only were Dan and James working for free, but James was actively paying Allison her salary that the Escapists were supposed to be paying the whole time.
Oh wow, the Escapists screwed over the content creators. Who could have saw that coming? Yeah, shit like this is exactly why Sterling left ages ago.
On top of that, when James contacted the Escapist asking if they could trade the money the team was owed for the rights for the Extra Credits IP, the Escapist started saying that it was actually the EC team that owed them money, and claimed entitlement to 75% of the fundraiser money, which they would put towards covering the company's debt and paying for the production of more content from their creators. Jeez, even back then the Escapists were dicks. Remember, kids.
Fucking tell me about it.
Never sign a deal with an MCN. Ever.
Words of the wise those are.
Understandably, James and company were not happy about this, and this resulted in Extra Credits ending their deal with the Escapist. They started up the very YouTube channel they're most known for afterwards on August 5th of 2011, where they would re-upload the Escapist episodes until they found a new company to partner with. This soon came to a month later in the form of Penny Arcade, who were looking for talent to populate their PATV division of their site, and Extra Credits, being a show with already such a large fan base, was a shoo-in. Part of this deal included the opportunity for Extra Credits to restream all of their content onto their own dedicated YouTube channel, so while the episodes would initially appear on PATV, a week later or so, they would get uploaded to their YouTube channel. This gave Extra Credits a great sense.
Man, it is weird remembering that Penny Arcade was a multimedia conglomerate. Actually, are they still a multimedia conglomerate? I never could remember. Is PAX still around? Huh, PAX is still around. For some reason, I always forget if they were or not. Okay, yeah, they're still around. Don't know if Penny Arcade still owns PAX. Could just be using the name.
Of autonomy, as now they aren't exclusively reliant on the infrastructure given to them by the site they're partnered with. It gives Extra Credits a chance to build their own audience on another platform all for themselves. Definitely a big boon if they ever choose to go independent. After securing a much more agreeable deal with a new partner, the next step for Extra Credits was to look to expand their production. As part of this expansion, the trio officially introduced their first new team member since officially starting, in the form of Alyssa Lely Scaldefairy. Scaldefairy actually previously appeared on the channel as one of the many guest artists who took up art duties while Allison was recovering from her injury, but took up the job of being a main
They did
artist
have a
on the
lot of
channel.
guest artists that
Allison
era.
and Lily would work on every other episode in rotation, allowing the team to more comfortably get episodes out on a weekly basis. Lily's addition to the team set the precedent that additional artists would come on board, with many of them being initially introduced as guest artists before fully joining the team. However, it wasn't long until Extra Credits saw the departure of one of the people who helped bring the idea into reality when Dan announced that Allison would officially be departing from the Extra Credits team in their Intrinsic vs. Extrinsic episode on March 28th of 2013. While her role in shaping Extra Credits isn't nearly as instrumental as that of Dan and James, the early days of Extra Credits wouldn't be the same without her contributions. A signature that started and virtually ended with her time at EC was her compulsion to depict the concepts discussed as creatures, often feral beasts. Taking a look at her artwork online shows that it's kind of her thing. This was often seen when she would depict the games industry as a big robot, being a bit of a play on words there. In fact, it's possible that Allison's propensity to personify concepts is what brought about the creation of one of Extra Credits' most iconic creations, that being the personified representation of a game, a sentient little game box with the word "game" scrawled across its chest. This was, in many ways, Extra Credits' own official mascot, even if Dan...
Yeah, it was simple and effective. Game always looking pretty innocent and is ultimately a really great allegory, along with a lot of other things just being, well, scary beasts and all that jazz.
Dan was the face of the channel. One of the earliest pieces of merchandise for the channel was a plushie of this character, way before YouTuber plushies became as commonplace as they are today. Allison definitely made her mark on the channel, and it wouldn't be the same today without her. But fret not, as her vacancy wasn't empty for long, as immediately, Allison's spot was now filled by a new artist, Scott DeWitt, who is still a part of Extra Credits to this day. This set the precedent that the artist role for the channel would routinely carousel artists onto the team, and then later depart when they sought other opportunities or became too busy. There have been quite a number of artists on Extra Credits for a while now. By this time, Extra Credits was seriously beginning to build up momentum in their growth. The first few years saw modest but respectable growth on YouTube, but now, Extra Credits was seriously beginning to grow. The series started to earn the respect and adoration of gamers, YouTube viewers, and people from the industry alike. They branched out into doing some side Let's Play content, and the debut of the biggest venture in the history of Extra Credits had just happened. One that would go on to change the future of the channel forever.
Yeah, I think the connections to the game industry might have been a double-edged sword, in all honesty. However, it did ultimately lead to the very thing that may have just saved the channel in general, so... And I guess, we can thank that event for something. Oh, hey, Cammy.
In 2013, the Extra Credits team were contacted by the developers behind the Total War series, Creative Assembly. Creative Assembly were just wrapping up work on Total War Rome 2 and had some room in their marketing budget. They decided to use this money to essentially commission the Extra Credits trio to produce a 4-part series teaching the viewer about Roman history, which is relevant to their then upcoming game. According to Dan, they didn't even have to outright...
Huh. A marketing strategy that's subtle, yet very effective. Well, a lot more games knew how to do that.
Promote their game in the videos. They just wanted their audience to get more interested in Roman history. I guess because that would potentially get their audience to consider picking up a newly released game that's all about their newfound interest. Dan makes it clear just how ecstatic the trio were about the opportunity, and leapt at the chance of making an educational video about something other than games, selecting the Punic Wars as the topic they would cover in their series. Now, it was pretty heavily implied that this was meant to be a one-time deal. It didn't seem like Dan or James had any interest in making a history-based sister series to Extra Credits. but they were none the wiser to the fact that this one little event would go on to change the trajectory of the Extra Credits channel forever. One would normally expect a channel focused on gaming suddenly putting out an educational video on history to perform poorly. After all, if I suddenly put out a video trying to teach math, I doubt a lot of people would watch it. But, in actuality, this video was actually very successful. It ended up garnering 200,000 views in about 5 months' time, and shot up to being one of EC's highest viewed videos.
I mean, it was basically a commentary channel beforehand, and those usually lend well to covering history. I mean, just ask Guy Nabber. I can't move ahead. No, that's... Okay.
Turns out, the illustrated lecture hall format of Extra Credits lent itself very well to making historical content, as history is a subject often starved of good visual representations of many concepts, like places, people, and events. As such, illustrations based on what little we have proves to be immensely more engaging. However, despite the success of this series, for a while it never received any continuation. In their video teasing the start of new shows coming to their channel, they mentioned that there was a chance Extra History would come back, but for a year there wasn't any update on that. While the channel expanded to starting new shows like James Recommends, Extra Remix, and Design Club, there was no news about a possible return of Extra History. The fate of the series remained in limbo until a year later on August 23rd of 2014, when Extra Credits announced the triumphant return of the series, as well as them opening a Patreon for their channel, which aimed to use the money generated to fund new episodes of Extra History. Dan explained that the Punic Wars videos were actually very time-consuming and pretty expensive. After all, when it came to Extra History, the team had to practically research the topic entirely by themselves from scratch, whereas with Extra Credits, they can largely leverage the knowledge and expertise of James. The support for Extra History was immediately apparent. 3 days after the announcement, the Patreon had already accumulated almost 700 patrons, earning a whopping...
Yeah. Gotta give a reminder that the concept of illustrating history is actually a very good idea, and I am very glad actually panned out to other channels, for better or for worse. Some channels tend to use it as propaganda pieces, which is depressing, but inevitable.
$3,700 a month. By the year's end, the Patreon was getting close to reaching $10,000 per month, which was the Patreon goal set to make it a weekly show. The message was clear. The people wanted Extra History, and it took no time at all for the team to realize the demand for the show. For the next 4 years, Extra Credits and Extra History would both coexist on the channel in harmony. Both shows were just as successful as the other, and while shows like James Recommends, Extra Remix, and Design Club would eventually fizzle out, the success of the two flagship sister shows gave way to the creation of two new series, Extra Politics and Extra Sci-Fi. Both Extra History and Extra Credits were one and the same. No one show outshined the other. They always stood shoulder to shoulder and kept the pace with each other. But then came a major change to Extra Credits that irreversibly upset the balance between the two. More on that later.
Yeah.
Every YouTube channel goes through some growing pains at some point, and this often manifests in some pretty questionable videos being uploaded to said channel. Whether they be jarring political rants on otherwise apolitical channels, videos that are poorly researched, dishonest, not well thought out of touch.
Yes, the mask slip moment. Often, it usually comes at the moment of the YouTube ego ultimately gives in. But yeah, I should probably describe what I meant by the Chipman effect earlier. First, you start off a simple entertainer. Then, said entertainment becomes successful. Next, you decide to go into politics. You fail badly at politics. Then you devolve into a lolcow. Of course, then there's eventually you losing relevance, and yeah, it's a very cruel cycle. No, art is not political. I disagree, but I don't exactly have a whole lot of. Entertainment only becomes political if someone disagrees with the stance. Yeah, no, that's quote unquote. That's quote unquote political, not actually political. There's actually a difference between the two. And actually, give me a second. Yeah. There's political. And there's political. Okay, I'll answer that question with another one. What are what is the political stance of Pac-Man, Rust, does Balatro, Vampire Survivors? I think we view Pac-Man a bit differently. Oh yeah, but I was reacting to a
Good
video.
times. And Extra Credits is no different. After 5+ years of building up their YouTube presence and cultivating a viewer base that respected the EC team for their stalwart interest in pushing the games industry to constantly be improving and evolving, they suddenly started making really questionable videos. Nothing worthy of mass backlash, although we'll be getting to that shortly, but still videos that not only have a questionable thesis, but the arguments that Dan, and by extension James, give to justify the video's central point really don't make sense. Not only that, but EC released all 3 of these questionable videos in quick succession, almost 3 in a row. The first in this string of videos was one entitled, Why Games Shouldn't Cost
Game like Pac-Man, politics, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be level with you. Everything you just said was complete nonsense. Oh, hey, Travatino. And yeah, that's fine.
$60 anymore. We live in a post-$60 game world now. In fact, we may soon be living in a post-$70 world soon, so we have the benefit of hindsight. Extra Credits' thesis
I mean, every nonsense. We don't review top grades on some universal truths and the out there. We don't like everything. That is some word salad right there.
is kind of strange. They basically pose their thesis as an ultimatum, where either the gaming audience needs to cozy up to the alternative monetization schemes, or be prepared for a world where the standard retail price of video games is going to rise. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that this proposed ultimatum isn't really realistic. Now that we have
Well, then why the hell didn't you just say that? Nothing you've said previously made any sense. Bring it down to thought process instead. End result. This is a live stream. I need the end result in a comment.
$70 plus games, are we really seeing less games adopting these alternate monetization schemes? No, absolutely not. Many of the same games prior to the price increase use the exact same monetization schemes. Games are still employing schemes like digital deluxe editions, pre-order bonuses, DLC, live services, and microtransactions. Series like Madden and 2K still recycle.
Okay, so where the fuck was I? Distracted.
Don't make sense. Not only that, but EC released all 3 of these questionable videos in quick succession, almost 3 in a row. The first in this string of videos was one entitled, Why Games Shouldn't Cost $60 Anymore. We live in a post-$60 game world now. In fact, we may soon be living in a post-$70 world soon, so we have the benefit of hindsight. Extra Credits' thesis is kinda strange. They basically posed their thesis as an ultimatum, where either the gaming audience needs to cozy up to the alternative monetization schemes, or be prepared for a world where the standard retail price of video games is going to rise. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that this proposed ultimatum isn't really realistic. Now that we have $70 plus games...
Yeah, it was never realistic. Contrary to what they would have you believe, the letting you charge more for games will only embolden them to charge more. Oh, hey, Drebin. Yeah, no, they weren't. A lot of the cost of production goes into marketing, and corporate greed ultimately he reached its zenith ages ago.
Are we really seeing less games adopting these alternate monetization schemes? No, absolutely not. Many of the same games prior to the price increase use the exact same monetization schemes. Games are still employing schemes like digital deluxe editions, pre-order bonuses, DLC, live services, and microtransactions. Series like Madden and 2K still recycle much of the same content from previous entries and still offer microtransactions whilst charging $10 more for new entries. All this price increase really has done is allow game publishers to further wring money out of their player base, especially in the case of sports titles, as they can just charge a higher price up front and offer microtransactions to alleviate the tedium of the career mode, essentially making the potential money the game can make virtually limitless. How is it that we can get games like Suicide Squad, which not only cost $70 up front, but also offer a $100 deluxe edition, and is a live service game with battle passes the publisher wants you to continuously buy, when there are games like Fortnite and Marvel Rivals, which are not only free to play, but vastly superior in virtually every way and are way more successful? This logic just doesn't make sense. Does Mario Kart World really look like it's worth $20 more compared to Mario Kart 8 or Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled? Is Nintendo really struggling to make their games profitable that they just need to make this new game $80? What also doesn't make sense is that often the games that are sold for lower than MSRP often aren't.
To answer the question, no. They need the money to file a pointless lawsuit against Pal World for reasons. Those lawyers ain't cheap. I have no idea what that is, and frankly, I don't really trust that site.
Weren't outfitted with any sort of monetization scheme. Crash, Insane Trilogy, and Spyro Reignited both retailed for $40. Not only that, but Crash had 2 additional levels added after launch as free DLC. And aside from a completely optional deluxe edition for cosmetics, Hi-Fi Rush was sold for $30. Maybe Hi-Fi Rush isn't as graphically detailed, but Crash and Spyro are some of the best looking platformers on the market even today. And it doesn't appear that this lack of additional revenue sources has stopped them from being successful. The video's second point, that increasing the price of games is to help strengthen the industry and the development studios in it, really doesn't hold weight, especially in hindsight. Games are costing $70 and $80 now, yet has the industry really become healthier? If anything, it feels like it's only gotten worse. Studio closures feel like they happen even more now despite each game being more expensive. The problem with the modern gaming industry isn't that games aren't making enough, it's that the industry suffers from severe management issues. Companies are routinely making poor financial decisions, and the talented developers that bring these games to life are the ones that suffer as a result. Xbox.
And yeah, do we have to mention Ubisoft's numerous management problems, including them outright just taking any notes from the successful games that come from their former devs? In fact, if several sources are to believe, Ubisoft's structural problems are so nonsensical, nobody who works there even knows how they work.
Pretty clearly intended to want Hi-Fi Rush to fail. They shadow dropped it during an Xbox Direct and basically didn't market the game at all outside of its announcement. Yet, despite all odds, the game became a sleeper hit thanks to word of mouth. Xbox themselves even considered it pretty successful. Yet, in spite of this, Xbox still shut the studio down, with the closest thing we have for a reason why being that they just didn't feel confident in the studio to continually produce hits. You know.
Yeah, we've long since passed that topic, Riddle. Yeah, so as for this, there was a theory. We also still haven't figured out why Xbox decided Tango had to go, but there were rumors that that Microsoft were trying. For fuck's sake, why are there so many drag racers? What was I talking about? God damn it. Oh yeah, Hi-Fi Rush. And no one knows why Tango had to be shut down, but there were rumors that Microsoft was just gonna shut down Tango anyways, and the success of Hi-Fi Rush just blindsided them. Or, though, as I said, those are only rumors and unverifiable ones.
The studio that just made a game they deemed successful and who have created 3 other games that are generally considered successful. Yeah, okay. Or how about the closure of Volition? A lot of people spread misinformation stating that the failure of the Saints Row reboot is what caused Embracer Group to axe the studio. This isn't actually true. The Saints Row reboot was actually a modest success. Embracer Group themselves stated as such. However, because of some poor business dealings at the hands of Embracer Group, the company implemented heavy cost-cutting measures at all levels, meaning a lot of layoffs across several studios they owned, including the entire closure of Volition. It didn't matter how successful Saints Row really was, because they were always meant to be shut down regardless. I guess unless the game...
Yeah. Honestly, as much as I dislike the Saints Row reboot, getting shut down because of your parent company's shitty gamble is just fucking stupid. Actually, wait, is Embracer still around? It apparently still is. So only barely, according to the information I got.
started making GTA 5 levels of money, which, yeah, right. Not to mention all the dozens of stories of failed games due to poor project leadership, or developers being forced by higher-ups to change their game's direction to chase market trends, forcing the developers to waste development resources by scrapping already completed work. Issues like this are systemic.
Dick Nick'em
You can't
forever.
just throw more money at it and expect it all to work out. Furthermore, the video's rhetoric is
Yeah,
very
tell that damn
strange. Typically, in an extra credits video,
Amazon.
they often word their scripts to appear from the perspective of the consumer. However, this video is framed pretty much entirely from the perspective of the industry. How games today cost so much to produce, and companies need to figure out ways to more comfortably turn a profit from their games, like increasing the price. The video pretty much lays it out as the industry's problem that the consumer has to solve, and that's just not how this conundrum should be viewed at all. It's not the responsibility of the consumer to keep the industry afloat. The strange part of this video is when Dan is responding to the potential rebuttal of asking if developers could scale back the graphical fidelity of their games to more comfortably meet sales targets. He's rather uncharacteristically completely defiant to the suggestion. He basically just says, "No, we can absolutely not do that, because then we're going to lose sales for not being graphically impressive." And that just feels really close-minded. Many of the high-selling video games of all time have more simplistic visual styles. Extra credits kind of hand-waves that.
Yeah, did Extra Credits not forget Pokemon literally just recycles its own graphics all the fucking time? They still make, like, billions of dollars.
That idea away, claiming that they're just lightning in a bottle situations professional studios can't depend on to continuously sell their games. But when there's this many examples, it just feels like the professional industry is refusing to adopt the clever tactics employed by the indie space. Even in the professional space, games like The Sims 4, Overwatch, Animal Crossing New Horizons Borderlands 2 are among some of the best-selling video games of all time, with pretty much none of them having the most impressive graphics for their time. Am I really supposed to believe that people saw the graphics of Overwatch in 2016 and thought, yeah, it looks fun, but I'm not gonna pick it up because of the art style? Nobody says this. In general, these videos feel like a profoundly insecure defense of the games industry and the practices they cling to, in order to justify why gamers should have to pay more for games. Dan denies any potential introspection that developers could do to reduce development costs, instead asserting that it's the responsibility of the consumer to foot the bill. Again, you should never view your consumers that way. The industry is clearly hitting a brick wall where the cost to develop games with this level of graphical detail is untenable for studios that don't have the immense capital and devoted fanbase to ensure the devs always make that money back. Maybe the cutting edge of graphics can only be reserved for studios like Rockstar, who have the means to bring them to life and still turn a profit. Now, more than ever, the question of how to keep costs down needs to be addressed. The next two videos after this build off of the idea of devs exploring alternative revenue streams to be more profitable, namely the hot button issue of the time, loot boxes. These videos ended up drawing quite the ire from their fans, not only because these videos were hot off the heels of their latest video basically pushing $70 games onto their viewers, which obviously didn't go over well, but uncharacteristically of EC, they chose to defend a widely reviled aspect of modern gaming and did it in a very haphazard, poor way. The first thing that the video immediately smacks you in the face with is that Dan strangely starts out this video essentially outlining all the benefits of a loot box monetization system, but only from the perspective of the developers and publisher.
And it's not that surprising that they're so successful. They're basically the video game equivalent of a Magic the Gathering booster pack. And the thing you gotta know about Magic booster packs is that for a very long time, they were the highest earning per user monetization item in all of gaming. It's a time-tested and extremely successful model. Now, obviously, the benefits of this model for the developer are huge. Loot box content is generally far less expensive to produce than DLC or expansions.
The worst part is that not only is it only talking about the benefits for the corporations, the results of this are often at the expense of players.
And the possibility for duplicates inevitably means that players will end up purchasing more content than the devs actually make.
I think what you mean by that is that players end up spending more money on a game than what they receive is actually worth. You're basically admitting to suckering in your players by making them spend more for less. How is
Yes. I believe this was also, the video was also released at the same time everyone was aware of the term whales. He thinks this was probably the worst stance you could have taken. They're still using that tactic, actually.
Is that a good thing? Dan tries to even it out by claiming there's a benefit for players as well.
And I would argue that this benefits players in some significant ways as well. I see a lot of people complain that games with loot boxes are trying to make everybody pay hundreds of dollars to enjoy the game, but it's actually the exact opposite case. Some players being willing to spend hundreds of dollars on these games is what makes it easier for the industry to sell these games at the more affordable $60 price. Those big loot box spenders are subsidizing that $60 price tag for the rest of us.
But this is a really strange way to phrase this. What Dan basically said is that gamers are being given the privilege of being able to spend standard retail price on the game because of people spending a lot.
And those heavy spenders are gambling addicts. Starting to see the problem here.
As if it's some sort of benevolent gift we should be thankful for, instead of, you know, the bare fucking minimum. Perhaps not even, as the poster child for the loot box monetization scheme, Overwatch was sold at $40 on release, and there are a number of loot box games that are free to play. How is getting to only spend $60 on a game meant to be something the consumer feels good about?
Both legally and psychologically, there's an important distinction between gambling and non-gambling, and that is the ability to cash out. Because you can't take your rare Overwatch skin and sell it back to
You
Blizzard
actually
for
can,
actual
just
spending
not
money, the experience affects us
legally.
differently.
Except, you know, you can cash out. This is really confusing because Dan acts like there's a single way to ascribe monetary value to video game items, when that's far from the case. Games like Team Fortress 2 and CSGO have the Steam Marketplace directly integrated into the game, allowing players to freely trade and sell their inventory, creating a real economy that ascribes monetary value to the items players receive in loot boxes. If items are regularly selling for around a certain price, then the economy dictates that that's what their monetary value is. It's basic economics. Or how about account selling? It's ironic Dan states that you can't cash out your Overwatch Mercy skin when the holy grail of valuable Overwatch cosmetics for years was the fabled pink Mercy skin, awarded to players who donated to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. Granted, this isn't entirely an apt example considering items like this and the Noir Widowmaker skin aren't found in loot boxes, but the underlying idea is the same. And, regardless if you can cash out or not, the fact that in the vast majority of circumstances, loot boxes are purchasable inherently means that the items unlocked through them have monetary value. Because you spend real-world money on it, then anything that can be potentially unlocked through that method inherently has value. Calculating that exactly would be pretty complicated, but you could ascertain the monetary value of any loot box item by calculating how frequently they appear in a loot box and how much a loot box is sold for, and then accounting for a lot of other factors like how new accounts have a higher chance to receive a rarer item, so the player is enticed to want to open more. It's ironic that Dan compares loot boxes to crane games as, at least in the West, they're deliberately designed to award the player with a reward after the machine has generated a certain amount of money, which can be set by the owner of the machine. They're quite literally scams under the guise of taking skill to obtain the reward. Dan addresses the widespread concern of if loot boxes are gambling, and if they elicit the same psychological responses as gambling does, including the capacity for people to get addicted to it, and Dan strangely decides to have his cake and eat it too. Dan kinda handwaves away the idea by stating that there isn't any conclusive data on the issue yet, and states that there needs to be more study done on the subject, highlighting how if it is proven to be gambling, that it's something that the industry needs to know about. Yet despite that, Dan has absolutely no qualms about developers continuing to include a monetization scheme, which he himself admits has the potential to be just as addicting and destructive to a person as gambling. That would be like if scientists stated that a chemical found in many foods could potentially be carcinogenic, but instead of halting all production of food with this chemical in them, everyone decided to just carry on as is, disregarding the potential health risk. What if studies widely discovered that loot boxes are the same as gambling? What if these studies are used as the basis for legislation which could ban or highly restrict the addition of loot boxes into games? Well, not only do we now have a number of games currently on the market whose developer support relies almost entirely on this monetization model that has been proven psychologically harmful, any projects currently in production that feature loot boxes as part of their monetization scheme are going to have to uproot their entire game's design now that it's been proven to be unethical without a shadow of a doubt. The ramifications of this would be catastrophic and most certainly lead to a lot of people losing their jobs, and may result in the end of support of these loot box games, meaning mass riots among the game's player base, of whom a number have dropped hundreds if not thousands of dollars on the game's microtransactions. You simply can't agree that loot boxes have the potential to be harmful, and also think it's totally okay to keep adding them to future games. These two beliefs are contradictory. That video was pretty bad, but don't worry, because the next video not only doubles down on their position, but is even worse, with them discussing the legal aspect of loot boxes as they relate to gambling and the laws that regulate it. Dan starts this video by bringing up how regulating loot boxes in games under gambling laws would restrict the player base of that game to only people 21 and older, and basically strangely proclaims that minors have some sort of entitlement to consuming any and all art, so long as it's not obscene. And yeah, that last part is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. This belief I simply plainly don't agree with. I don't think minors have some sort of right to consume art. It's not like some sort of basic necessity. There's a lot of art out there that I don't think kids should be subjected to. Propaganda, at its core, is also art, and I think the creation of propaganda specifically targeting children is some of the most insidious pieces of art to ever be created. Furthermore, minors cannot legally purchase M-rated video games at retailers anyways, so pretending like restricting
it's not like that stops them anyway.
Boxes is some massive breach of their civil liberties is seriously pedantic, and proclaiming that it's just as bad as loot boxes makes my eyes roll so far in the back of my head. Seriously, get over yourselves, guys. Extra Credits then tries to create a false equivalency between other forms of randomness in video games and loot boxes. This is a pretty blatant sign of how dishonest Extra Credits is approaching the subject. They try to falsely equivocate loot boxes to monsters that have random drops, which aren't as comparable as Extra Credits wants to make it out as. What they're talking about are monsters in something like a subscription-based MMO, or monsters locked behind a DLC expansion in something like Borderlands. The difference is that players are paying for access to these areas in the game. What the money they spend entitles them to is not only the very environments in these areas, but also all story, quest, and other gameplay content. And, as far as I understand it, in both of these cases, players only have to make a one-time purchase in order to access these expansions. So, in the case of Borderlands, they get to spend money once for infinite tries, and MMO players spend money for access for either a particular period of time or for a predetermined amount of time. It's tantamount to paying a one-time fee for access to a casino, or paying for access to a casino for a specific amount of time. That functionally isn't gambling because the bettor's money is functionally decoupled from being considered the stake they're wagering. If anything, it's more accurate to say the bettor is wagering their time than anything else.
Is it gambling if I make you pay $1 every time you try to do a raid? But not gambling if I charge you $35 to be able to do the raid as often as you want?
Okay, hold on. Do you seriously not understand the difference between those two? Once you're at try 36, it's automatically the worst deal. Does the channel that prides itself on being an authority on video games not know that the popularization of home console gaming killed the arcades for this very reason? Why pay $0.25 for a single try at Pac-Man when you can buy a copy of it for your NES and have infinite tries? Except, no, Extra Credits does know better. They're just playing dumb. And that's precisely what's wrong with this string of videos. Extra Credits is pretty blatantly insulting the intelligence of their audience and trying to pull a fast one over them, listing out poorly constructed justifications for a system that doesn't offer players any benefit over just normal microtransactions. Maybe it's just me, but being able to outright buy a skin and immediately use it in-game feels so much better than loot boxes ever did, even in the games that do it the most ethically. Extra Credits tried to take advantage of the goodwill they established with their audience to try and convince them that this practice that only harms them is actually good. But the audience saw right through this, and the video rightfully got the backlash it deserved. Your audience isn't stupid. Don't treat them like they are. This was a pretty big slip of the mask for Extra Credits. They've had somewhat divisive videos before, like their video bashing hatred, but this video was them blatantly and brazenly defending a bad practice that doesn't deserve to be defended. And evidently, the backlash from gamers has worked, as the industry has thankfully left this practice behind in the late 2010s where it belongs. But in any case, Extra Credits defending the
Well, until
practice
Gotcha brought him back
is
anyways.
only the first misstep in the channel's decline, as things are only going to get worse and worse from here on out. In recent years, we've begun to see
there was a
particular
scandal
issue
against them a
spring
while
up with
back.
These large corporate YouTube conglomerates. As it turns out, hiring a number of people to work on YouTube channels is easy, but managing all those employees and maintaining a friendly work environment, not so much. I'm sure most of you remember the explosive controversy last year surrounding Mr. Beast and his company, where a firestorm of allegations were made, with many placing the blame squarely on Mr. Beast himself for either being at best grossly negligent and at worst actively knowledgeable and allowed it to persist. Around the same time, allegations were also made involving Linus Media Group, the company that produces the content for Linus Tech Tips and its sister channels. Former social media manager Madison alleged that the company had a hostile work environment, including allegations of sexism, assault, and other poor treatment. Both are cases of massive YouTube operations lacking the human resources necessary to manage a business of that scale. YouTubers don't tend to have an expertise in human relations, and this ends up resulting in strife among workers going overlooked. Or, in other times, such as LTT, the head of the channel is also alleged to be a perpetrator of the poor treatment the employee is receiving. And Extra Credits 2 has had a similar controversy, although it's largely been overshadowed by the channel's even more spectacular blunders from more recent years, which we'll get into soon. It started in May 2018, when Soraya Een Haji,
Well, also because the allegation was
a tweet thread essentially venting about her
very
poor
he said,
treatment
she
by a
said,
former romantic
so
partner, describing the ways her ex would emotionally hurt her. It was unclear as to who she was subtweeting about until a month later when she made another Twitter thread revealing that she was describing the way James Portnow had treated her, and began to describe more of the ways James was hurting her behind the scenes. How their work relationship had quickly begun deteriorating even after the romantic one had ended, and how James would repeatedly breach the boundaries set by Soraya by trying to circumvent blocks and get other employees to relay messages to her, and how James stacked the cards in his favor by employing his close associates who would take his side on any given conflict. Later that day, Extra Credits put out a response stating that they had hired an independent HR firm to look into the situation, with them not finding any evidence of workplace harassment. Soon after, former employee Will Overgard
like I said, very he said,
recounting
she
his
said.
own poor experience working for Extra Credits. Will had been hired by James to be in charge of running their Twitch streaming channel. Will states that although he was initially eager to work on that side hustle of Extra Credits, things quickly turned sour when James would blame everything that went wrong on Will. Will also alleges that an argument related to their Twitch streaming was actually the last straw behind Soraya deciding to leave EC. Will then reveals that his termination from Extra Credits had basically come without warning, nor was he ever told specifically EC's reasoning for firing him. In fact, they announced it the same morning that they emailed him notifying him of his termination. Unless Will was truly that shitty of an employee, which we have no reason to believe, then that's incredibly screwed up. It's not unreasonable that someone being let go is at least told a specific reason why. Frankly, it appears that the announcement of his termination on their social media platforms was unique for Will, as if to cast shade on him for the transgressions he had done at EC. The announcement was also vague, simply stating that he was terminated for community guidelines violations. This caused some Extra Credits fans to draw the conclusion that Will was a white supremacist or some other form of bigot, causing Will to have to tweet clarifying that he's not a Nazi, foreshadowing in its most ominous form. What's more is that Will was also not being paid for the work he was doing for Extra Credits, and claims that the company was withholding his payment until he signed what he called an amalgamation of a non-disclosure, non-disparagement agreement. Lastly, probably the biggest thing in this twitlonger is that Will claims that he nor Soraya were ever interviewed as part of the HR investigation at EC. That seems like a massive oversight, with the easiest conclusion to draw being willful negligence. A couple days after Will's twitlonger, James made a formal response on Twitter to Soraya's statements. In fact, calling it a response is very apt, considering it's definitely not a rebuttal or an apology, or even an acknowledgement of anything Soraya has even said specifically. It's essentially James posturing about how he's making great strides to implementing greater HR services at EC, and how he's going above and beyond to make sure this doesn't happen again, while avoiding having to actually respond. It's strange, he never denies the claim that he did anything wrong in the situation, yet also never apologizes for anything or acknowledges much of anything. It's about as much of a non-apology as you can get. Then, Extra Credits makes another response, this time concerning Will. In this response, the EC team finally laid out their reasoning for why Will was let go from the team. Namely, that he was failing as a manager, employee, and also due to an alleged incident that occurred where he demeaned someone at GDC. Extra Credits alleges that Will was blaming his floundering on his subordinate Belinda, despite never having actually sent her an email instructing her on what to actually do. They also allege that Will also hired on another person to work under him who he had not actually paid for his work. They then named the biggest reason for Will's termination being an alleged incident recounted by an indie game developer in which they had met Will at GDC, where Will then proceeded to introduce this person to other groups of developers in a demeaning way, remarking that they were only here on scholarship because while there were 5 available, only 3 people applied. When this person later expressed how that remark hurt them, Will allegedly brushed them off. In this Discord message, this person also states they are non-binary, but it's unclear if Will was even aware of this at all to begin with, and the person never specified if they told him or not. And lastly, Extra Credits denies the claim that they are holding Will's payment hostage, and instead they simply can't legally without Will providing a valid US social security number. I guess they need it for the IRS, but like, you can't just PayPal him his money? Like, I know I have absolutely no experience running a business, but like, surely there's some way, right? Now, at the end here, the statement is signed as being
probably,
written by
but
Belinda,
probably
woman
could jump
who
through a
Will
few
allegedly
hoops.
mistreated, yet despite that, the statement itself refers to her in the third person. Kinda strange, but maybe it's for professionalism or something? I don't know. But according to a Reddit post on the Extra Credits subreddit, there is potentially circumstantial evidence hinting that Belinda was not the sole author of the statement. This calls into question who else took part in writing the statement. Some of the users there read it as James secretly ghostwriting most of it in a coordinated effort to bury Will for daring to speak out against him and EC, and hiding behind the
Source is
vague
Reddit though,
Extra
so
Credits team featuring Belinda. Whatever the case may be,
I
the links
honestly doubt.
provided are dead, so whatever may be there is now lost to time probably. This is probably the most he said she said controversy in the history of YouTube. There's barely anything here in terms of evidence for literally anything. And whilst the fact the EC team never addressed Will's claim about the HR investigation is concerning, there also isn't any reason for us to necessarily believe Will and Soraya over James and the EC team. As always, I invite you to look into the situation yourself and draw your own conclusion. But regardless of who you choose to believe in this situation, the fallout of the controversy undoubtedly made its mark on EC. The controversy essentially resulted in a shakeup in the team at EC, with a number of employees leaving the team, and James needing to fill those roles with new people. You know that part in Invincible where half the Guardians of the Globe split off to create their own team? It's basically like that. This change led to a radical shift in the nature of Extra Credits, especially in their content. And in total, this controversy served as a bad omen for all the controversy on the horizon that would soon come to eclipse what attention this one had received. And among the changes to Extra Credits was one so radical that its ramifications would be felt all throughout the channel and company. A huge major shift came to Extra Credits on May 23rd of 2018 in their episode on choice paralysis. At the end of the video, Dan officially announces that he will be leaving his role as the narrator and host of Extra Credits, as well as his wife
that's what
Carrie
happened
as
to him.
editor and producer. This came as a major shock to EC fans. The entire concept of the show was started with Dan,
Explains a lot.
and even though some of the recent episodes he hosted had garnered a very mixed response, Dan was the face of the channel and humanized Extra Credits as an entity. Of course, James also played an equally instrumental role, if not more so, but Dan is the heart of the channel. The channel wouldn't nearly look the same without his contributions to the series and the decisions he made in shaping the feel of it. Changing the host of a show and keeping it the same as it was is easier said than done a lot of the time. It is widely speculated that Dan's departure from Extra Credits was a result of the controversy concerning James. Dan's departure actually preceded the James controversy, and there is circumstantial evidence in the form of Dan and Soraya appearing to maintain a friendly relationship to this day. But it's unclear how big of a role Soraya's conflict with James played in Dan's decision, if it played any role at all. At the end of the video, Dan announces his replacement as host of EC, Matthew Kroll. So, how do I put this nicely? I don't really like Matt as a host. At the very least, as the host of...
I mean, I don't mind him.
I've seen some of the extra history content that features him as host, and I think his personality and voice is much better suited to that kind of content. But so much of the feel of Extra Credits was shaped by Dan and his personality. While it may not be in a way as direct and apparent as other content,
I wonder who the bat creature could be.
The cadence of his voice, it all creates a persona that appears very genuine to the viewer. Without going around showcasing his video game collection, or touting his gamer score, or how many hours he has in whatever given game, Dan manages to come off as another fellow gamer who has the average gamer's best interest in mind, whilst also maintaining a realistic view of the industry. Matt kinda comes off a bit like, "How do you do, fellow gamers?" I mean, just look at his hat. It has the symbol of the face buttons for the Super Nintendo outside of the US. Now that's an epic gamer reference. That's how you know Matt's a gamer, rather than, you know, that being reflected in his cadence and style of speech. In stark contrast to Dan's gentle manner of speech,
I mean, in his defense, I kind of dress like a Pokemon trainer, so...
Matt has this very deep announcer voice. Now, I don't deny that Matt speaks with some charisma. He's certainly got a voice made for radio, but it's just something so different to how Dan spoke. In addition, while Dan mostly came from a background of being a genuine fan of video games as an industry and art, and giving insight on that, Matt is notable for his background as a producer for a number of productions for MTV. Current day MTV. Now, I'm not trying to say Matt is a fake gamer or something. That's not what I'm getting at all. I'm sure Matt is quite the fan of games himself, but it feels like it's only being reflected either superficially or when he's making passing mentions to games he's played. You know, comic book fans don't have to show you their comic collection or be draped in comic book merch to communicate their affinity for the medium. You can be a massive fan of any form of media without legally owning a copy or paying for a streaming service or owning merch. Just look at anime fans. But you can clearly tell who has an immense vested interest in the medium from those who are just casual fans by the way they talk about the medium, and it just feels like Matt isn't as deeply interested or earnest as Dan is. Granted, a lot of that is because Matt has had to play catch up in establishing his personality as a host, but I definitely feel that something's been lost here. Soon after Matt was introduced as the new host of Extra Credits, they began to include Matt's real-life pet cat Zoe as a character, with her having recurring appearances. The EC team have gone on to essentially make her a mascot for the channel now. And, sorry if this sounds mean, but this just feels kinda half-hearted and like an attempt at making a marketable mascot. Hey, check out our cute kitty cat. I sure hope her cuteness makes you want to buy a plushie of her, or a pin of her dabbing. Okay. I'm sorry if that comes off as mean to current day viewers of EC and EH who like her, but I'm sorry, it just feels like an insincere way of implementing a marketable mascot. Again, going back to our thesis, it just feels corporate. Contrast Zoe with the closest thing to a mascot EC had previously, the game, and you can see the difference. The game is a frequently recurring character that is the personification of what the show is about, and has become part of the Extra Credits brand identity simply by how frequently it appears on the show. Zoe just kinda came out of nowhere, was put into the show, and doesn't have any connection or relevance to the channel outside of being owned by Matt. There isn't any build-up or reason for being, she's just here. A result of Dan's departure and replacement is the new imbalance in the popularity of the channel's flagship series. Dan's personality and general demeanor shaped the feel of Extra Credits, so without him, it just feels like something's lost. However, with Extra History, Dan had considerably less impact on shaping the identity of that show. It can be argued that, if anything, the show only got better with Matt as the host, as his charismatic, suave radio TV voice fits very well for a history show. Adding to the validity of that argument is that while Extra Credits began stagnating and gradually losing viewership, Extra History was only getting more and more popular. While extra history and extra mythology episodes would comfortably hit 200k to upwards of 400k views, extra credits would regularly see episodes dip under 100k. By 2021, extra credits had sunk.
Yeah, I personally think the host was fine. He just kind of got saddled with the, well, worst material the show had to offer.
To struggling to reach above 100k, and by the start of 2022, the team decided to stop making extra credits a weekly show. The very show that started the channel in the first place and got it to where it is today had officially been overshadowed by the success of its younger sister series.
Ah, boy, we're getting to that video.
There's a lot of videos on YouTube where YouTubers name a specific date or episode that encapsulates the death of a show. The basis for which stemming from an episode where the show demonstrably has abandoned the core values or principles that form the basis of the show's themes. To me, the death of extra credits, as it was conceived in the core tenets at the heart of the show, can be marked with one particular video. While the changes to the show prior were stark, the show still remained recognizable. But this video marks the point where the show became something entirely different, yet wearing the skin of the show that came before, not unlike Zombie Simpsons. Yep. You know the video I'm talking about. I'll just let the beginning of the video do the talking.
There you are, playing the PvP in your World War II shooter, and all of a sudden, you're a Nazi. You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. Yet there it is. And it's treated no differently than playing a British soldier.
Barely 10 seconds in, and we've already fucked up. Yeah, this intro's been memed to all hell, and for good reason. It's thoughtful of the extra credits team to just make it blatantly apparent in the very first sentence of the script that this video is fucking garbage. The cold open is just completely blunt and inelegant with how extra credits is choosing to deliver their thesis. They also immediately reveal a logical leap in their reasoning. That playing as an Axis soldier is something the player is unwittingly forced into completely out of nowhere, which is such an insane dramatization. In fact, a symptom of this cold opening being memed so hard is that it has functionally undermined a lot of the points and caveats made in the video. A lot of people portray extra credits' point in this video as being, 1, that people are being forced into playing as Nazi soldiers in World War II games, seemingly because they picked up a game without actually knowing anything about it, which is apparently a common enough occurrence to be a problem, and
Yeah, that's just sadly a side effect of anything being memed. Let's be real here. Getting memed is usually just an idea being repeated until it actually loses its meaning.
Two, that playing as said soldier eventually leads to one becoming a Nazi. The entire comments section are people riffing on the video by making jokes like, I played this game in a
This video implies Elon Musk actually
While the
played
second point isn't
COD.
necessarily what they're saying, there is a clear underlying belief in the video that gamers end up buying games without understanding what they're about and what their content may entail. And apparently, this is a big enough issue that a subset of gamers are being, and I quote, forced into playing as a soldier belonging to a political group that they find abhorrent. Now, apparently, there are people that just pick up games because people are talking about them, and, oh, they seem cool, without actually this is fucking... without actually knowing what their gameplay is, or really anything of what it's about. But, is this really a large enough phenomenon that we need to protect these people from possibly being subjected to something they don't like? Is there really someone out there who said, yeah, I'm about to pick up this World War II game. The multiplayer better not have the Axis playable. Nobody says that. It's silly to expect a symmetrical multiplayer game mode to not depict half of the conflict. Repeatedly, Extra Credits frames their argument as if players are being deliberately forced to play as a Nazi soldier against their will, and that the game needs to make this option a deliberate choice within the game itself that the player opts into. As if being willing to buy the game with real-world money is not, in and of itself, a deliberate choice of wanting to play the content of that game. It's like they think consumers have absolutely no agency or free will. It's almost like this belief runs counter to everything Extra Credits has stood for the past decade almost. They used to champion the belief that gamers can handle more challenging ideas being explored in their games, but I guess this idea is just too challenging for us to handle.
We can handle politics. This medium is a big kid now. We can handle a bit of heavy lifting. In fact, we need to.
This video also strikes me as something the Extra Credits team didn't think an awful lot about. Like, this is pretty clearly a basic application of their logic or the portrayal of certain groups. They constantly contrast Nazi soldiers with Allied soldiers, portraying playing as an Allied soldier as an inherently good or at least morally neutral thing. But if we're following Extra Credits' logic, how do you think Japanese and Japanese Americans would feel being forced to fight in support of the United States, who were placing droves of people of Japanese descent into internment camps, targeting them simply for being of the same ethnicity as one of the nations they were at war with? Furthermore, what about playing as a soldier?
Yeah, we will refrain from using the other example. If only because everyone already knows the other example. Unfortunately.
For the Imperial Japanese Army, they have been known to have been incredibly brutal in their campaigns in Eastern Asia, so much so that the depiction of them is often censored in South Korea and China, with games to this day having any iconography or imagery relating to the IJA getting censored in these regions. The fact of the matter is that a lot of political and military groups have committed horrible acts and killed thousands if not millions, often in the name of the group's racist ideology. If we're deeming the portrayal of any groups directly responsible for the deaths of large numbers of innocent civilians as neutral as unacceptable, then that includes a large swath of political and military groups in history. At that point, what group could one possibly use as the basis for an online PvP multiplayer mode? Is there absolutely no room for portrayal of these groups in the form of an online PvP mode? Extra Credits' video doesn't leave a lot of room for nuance. Now, I feel like the most prominent narrative surrounding the fall of Extra Credits is to simply state that EC suddenly became political and politics bad, and now all is lost, including hope, which is dead. This isn't even a reductionist argument. It's so cartoonishly inaccurate that it's laughable. Extra Credits has quite literally been political since the very beginning. Don't believe me? Then what about their episode on the Stop Online Piracy Act and Protect IP Act? Actual US congressional bills that were being proposed at the time. How about their videos on diversity in games? Race? Women? Or how about that one video literally just entitled Politics? If you want to get technical, EC has actually been political before episode 1, considering the Prototype series had an episode on the depiction of women in video games and how women might feel about that. Anyone pretending that Extra Credits just suddenly became political are either not actually as big of fans of the channel as they claim to be, or just think politics is when thing I don't like happens. Extra Credits didn't become political.
Gotta enjoy
They
the
just
fake
lost touch
fans.
and became uniquely bad at it. In the early days, Extra Credits knew that they had to be gentle and even-handed when touching on politics in their videos. Let's be honest, the gaming community is known for how quick to anger they are when you even lightly suggest changing damn near anything about the medium. Gamers especially hate the sheer idea of politics and games intersecting in any way ever. So it was important that EC understood how to word their opinions and arguments in their videos to be easier to swallow for most gamers, and I think they did a remarkably good job. Even if you didn't agree with their political opinion, most people at least came away from those videos understanding EC's perspective and never felt talked down to or mocked. But as time went on, and as the EC staff changed, and the senior staff changed as people, they put less care into their messaging and it became increasingly more heavy-handed and blunt, until you got videos like this. Honestly, the fact people just now felt that EC became political speaks to just how well they used to handle these subjects. Or, on the other hand, perhaps it speaks to just how their poor handling of this one only made an already bad video even worse. Remember when I said I considered this video to be where Extra Credits died? I can pinpoint to you the exact moment in the video where the spirit of the show was clearly long gone by this point, down to the very line in the script in fact. Listen carefully.
Don't have players randomly spawn in as one or the other. Allow players to choose which side they're on. Now, of course, this has all sorts of in-game problems, such as creating shorter wait times for fascists, but you know what? Those wait times could be artificially extended if it meant players had an active choice in what teams they would represent if you're saying we need people playing Nazis in our games.
Did you catch that? The whole fascist thing aside, Matt just stated that in order to push a political agenda properly, game developers would have to inflict their games with Overwatch DPS queue times and severely cripple the game playing experience. Matt is quite literally suggesting that games should literally mangle their game design in order to more effectively serve a political agenda. The entire mission statement of Extra
Sinister. Not the cause, mind you, but the tactics. Oh, yeah. Also, I will be right back. Dinner's apparently ready. Yeah, okay, I'm back. The looks of things, I missed a conversation about the petability of Absols. Okay, let's see, where were we? Oh. Hey, Travatino. Wait, did I say hi to you already? I don't remember. No, the food was for me. Okay.
Credits, that being an advocacy for more thoroughly intelligent game design has entirely been abandoned in favor of pushing the political beliefs of the showrunners. Politics that themselves are incredibly asinine and have alienated virtually everyone. Instead of the politics conforming themselves around the game design, Extra Credits has instead stated that they think the game design should contort itself in service of the game's politics, and that those politics should take center stage and get in the way of the game's design. Not to mention, later on in the video, they literally state that for a game to claim it's historically accurate, every map would have to turn its back on all our conventional understanding of good level and map design in shooters, and instead be realistic depictions of the geography and buildings located where the real-life battles take place.
If that were
I mean, there is an audience for that type of game, to be fair. Yeah, maybe. Because it's your call.
the case, you need your PvP to at least represent real historical events and be a realistic take on those battles.
Wait, what? Are you seriously suggesting that games should be so historically accurate that the outcome of every online multiplayer match must be reflective of what actually happened in real life? So if a multiplayer match set in the beaches of Normandy see the Axis absolutely pub-stomping the Allies in the match, but because the Allies won in real life, they're considered the actual winners of the match? Guess that ELO goodbye kid sucks to be you, I guess. If only you weren't randomly assigned to the losing team. Or I guess willingly chose to be on that losing team. I think the final cardinal sin this video makes, that which permeates throughout the runtime, is the language and tone. The rhetoric used in the video is super preachy. It borders on Matt basically talking down to the audience, lecturing them on why they need to feel the way the EC team does. The video is virtually a list of demands made by the Extra Credits team of their highly specific criteria of how game developers should approach the idea of a World War II themed PvP mode. The entire video is practically, no, you can't do that. You have to do this. You have to do it this way. And it's like, people be saying things so definitively. Like, man, I think it depends. It just comes off as incredibly controlling and demanding. Like, why should anyone think Extra Credits are the arbiters of what constitutes responsible and irresponsible depictions of concepts in games? Again, back during the start of Extra Credits, James, and particularly Dan, always kept in mind that they needed to make their message palatable for the general gaming audience. They had to deliver their message in an earnest, genuine manner that communicated that Extra Credits saw the gaming community as their peers rather than their audience or consumer base. In an interview, Dan essentially states that he himself often plays the role of revising James's scripts to make their core messaging come across in a more pleasant manner that isn't hostile to the views of the average gamer, as regressive and reactionary as it may be.
It is different now in that he obviously writes them himself completely, and I still he and I will send scripts back and forth kind of in the editing process. Like, I will add occasional extra ideas there every now and then. I will usually mostly just revise them so that they sound better when spoken aloud, and they sound a little bit more casual, a little bit more like my speaking voice, just so they flow a little bit more naturally.
Remember, at the start of the series, concepts like microtransactions and motion controls were almost universally reviled among gamers, so Extra Credits knew they had to deliver their unpopular opinions in an even-handed manner so that it would go over well with the audience. If they employed the rhetoric that this video did, instead they would sound like, developers aren't obligated to produce demos for gamers, and by expecting more developers to do so, you come off as extremely entitled. And you should listen to us, because we have industry experience and know better than you. Despite it being fundamentally a similar opinion to the one they expressed in their Demo Days episode, my hypothetical belittles the audience, addressing them as if they're irrational and whiny, whereas the actual episode rationalizes why a lot of developers are averse to ripping away manpower from proper development just to produce a demo that ultimately isn't as beneficial to sales to justify the added effort and cost. This is yet again another reason why their games should not cost $60 video fails. It makes the audience feel like they're being entitled for not wanting the prices of video games to be raised when companies are all trying all sorts of DLC, microtransactions, digital deluxe day one special collector's edition monetization schemes to wring as much as they can from their buyers. Just the title itself makes Extra Credit's perspective of being entirely sympathetic to the games industry apparent. I think it's evident that as the years passed, Dan and James put less and less care into how their ideas and statements would be interpreted by their viewers. Perhaps the process of producing new episodes simply became routine, and they consequently placed less caution into the scriptwriting process. Perhaps
basically the Illuminati problem, except with strikingly less plagiarism. Indeed. Apple Bunny.
Dan and James just changed as people, and their new beliefs were reflected in the later episodes of Extra Credits. Whatever the case, it clearly resulted in a shift in the feel of Extra Credits' rhetoric that became noticeable to longtime fans of the channel. I also don't doubt that many people attributed the creation of this video largely to Matt. Sure, Extra Credits was a very popular channel in its heyday, but that type of popularity doesn't last forever, and gradually people stopped following the channel over time. The channel gradually beginning to emphasize their history content more and more over time likely exacerbated this trend. And Dan's departure from the channel also undoubtedly led to a spike of people dropping the channel now that the recognizable face and voice viewers had grown attached to was no longer part of the channel. That has historically happened whenever a YouTube show replaces their host. So imagine people's shock when after years of not keeping up with Extra Credits, the first time they're hearing about them, they see a video of a guy they immediately identify as not being the host they remember, making a video as controversial and baffling as this one. I'm sure many saw this as a show they used to enjoy being taken over by some guy they don't know to use a platform for his political agenda, despite the video itself being written by the same guy who has written virtually every other episode of the show thus far. But because of the new host, I'm sure many onlookers suspected him of at least being partly to blame. At the end of the day.
Yeah, that is effectively one of the biggest problems with the take like that. It makes people forget that the show was ultimately just declining in general, and yeah, and if I recall correctly, not a lot of people were watching the Extra Credits anymore until very recently when that video came out. Yeah, I personally knew the show was in decline long before that video came out, but it's really only because I heard people just talking about how horrible of an idea trying to defend loot boxes were. Oh yeah, I know. It's just that they aren't uploading as frequently. Which honestly might be for the best since well, it's clear that Extra Credits was kind of on a downward trend, and their Extra History was doing far better numbers. Oh, they're animated. Huh. Well, honestly, it's for the best they slowed down anyways, since means they could actually put more effort into their scripts. We all know what happens at channels when they don't put effort into their scripts anymore.
This video is an absolute failure of epic proportions. The logic of the video, the line of reasoning is just mind-numbingly stupid. The entire time, the script and tone of the video comes off as incredibly preachy and self-aggrandizing. And ultimately, the video serves to do little outside of alienating absolutely everyone, and made extra credits look like they're trying to police what gamers and developers can and can't do with their games. We've seen YouTubers suddenly make political statements out of nowhere that just come off as incredibly tone-deaf and smug, but those—
I mean, we all remember what happened to Movie Bob. AKA the eugenics guy.
those moments pale in comparison to how big of a fail this was. So much
I don't
so
know,
that it
Movie
tends to be
Bob's
the
was
first big thing
pretty
people think of
big.
when extra credits is brought up. Chances are, when you saw this video pop up in your recommendations, you immediately expected me to acknowledge this controversy. And for good reason. This video has left such a massive stain on the reputation and legacy of extra credits that will, in all honesty, never wash off. Everything Dan and James built, and everything Matt and the current team can hope to achieve going forward with extra credits will always be viewed through a lens tainted by this video's existence, and the mark it has made on EC as a channel and brand. Not too long afterwards, extra credits uploaded yet another blunder to their channel. While it isn't nearly as big of a disaster as the prior video, it's seen as a similarly poor politically charged video with much of the same problems as the previous one. The video in question is entitled Evil Races Are Bad Game Design, Bioessentialism and World Building. Let's jump in.
Now, not to worry. This episode isn't going to be just another member of the chorus talking about how if all orcs in a game are blindly evil, that it's racist. Much of the recent conversation on orcs points out that characterizing a whole species in your game as ugly, warlike, and malevolent might be harmful to real-world groups regularly mischaracterized as ugly, warlike, and malevolent.
So that was a fucking lie.
This video basically has practically the opposite yet same problem as the previous video we discussed. Now, this is a topic that the writer of the episode has pretty clearly spent too much time thinking about, and then pushing his beliefs onto the game industry. The thesis of the video is that portraying a non-human race in a video game as holistically malevolent is quote-unquote bad game design because it stifles the potential to explore morality when the game portrays its clashing factions as simply good versus evil. This is essentially the logical end goal of the belief that all media needs to teach morals. Ignoring the fact that they call it game design when it's more accurate to classify it as world building or world design because this isn't an aspect unique to games, we yet again run into the same issue. If a game—
Yeah, I love how one of the examples they used were the orcs from Warhammer 40k, franchise where literally everybody is the villain and is in a forever war. Buy our fucking stuff, you nerds. Hey. In the grimdark future, there is only capitalism. Actually, you know what? War was probably preferable. Can we go back to that?
features two warring factions of humanoids, they have to portray moral complexity or otherwise portray the enemy race as ideologically evil is yet another moment of extra credits judging the games industry based on their personal standard of ethics. What if the game designers don't want to explore morality in their games? What if it's just a pure and simple power fantasy? It's implied that they're mostly applying this standard to mostly encompass races of comparable intellect, stature, and sentience, but they then later specifically name undead as a race that this applies to, and that's dumb as shit. I think they mostly mean that as in, like, vampires, but you specified undead, and now you've decreed that Plants vs. Zombies is unethically designed, unless they specify that they are, in fact, not the zombies. What about games like...
Yeah, did they not remember that he's are actually feral at best? Like, at worst, they're being controlled by a necromancer, but a lot of zombie movies use necromancers, so...
Doom that feature you mercilessly slaughtering hundreds of demons. Do we need an exploration of the capacity for morality of the Kako demon? The rub with this video is that they're placing particular focus on the narrative and storytelling in a genre.
And I think EC did mention that people are saying disparaging things about how people are calling orcs kinds of people. That is an audience problem, not a depth problem. Well, unless you're talking about the Blizzard orcs, where saying disparaging things about those orcs are kind of a disparaging thing. Even then, that setting is also in a forever war, so... whatever. I don't play WoW, so I don't really know a whole lot about the setting other than the fantasy races are actually more fleshed out than Warhammer's.
Genre that has an interesting relationship with those aspects of its medium. At its most basic fundamental parts, video games are, ultimately, the marriage of computer programming and art. And computer programming is a science. It can be replicated. It can be measured. Quantified. A result of this is that storytelling and narrative can be anything from the entire reason to play the game, all the way to the least consequential aspect to its quality as humanly possible. This creates an issue with Extra Credits' thesis, as they are clearly applying their idea unilaterally, choosing to apply their belief to games with all levels of narrative importance. Once again, this can create an issue where you have a game with a story as inconsequential as Doom, and now you're expecting any semblance of depth as to why the enemies you're fighting are evil. I could certainly agree with the idea that Extra Credits is getting at with this video. If you're trying to do a deep RPG where your choices matter, and your antagonists are a race of aliens being evil just because, it probably doesn't make for the most compelling story in a genre where good story is expected. And then there's the elephant in the room. I've tried ignoring it for long enough, but it must be addressed. In all honesty, if Extra Credits' video was simply about how making flat, two-dimensional villains in games is limiting, nobody would have an issue with it. The reason this video became so controversial was because they chose to tie their video with the hotly debated topic on whether or not orcs were based on an unflattering view of black people. Now, this is a super heated political topic, and this isn't a political show, so I don't wish to speak on a topic I don't have a good grasp on. But the point being is that it's a very divisive topic, and Extra Credits strangely decides to take a weird fence-sitting position. They clearly allude to agreeing with the idea that orcs are racist, but never state a case as to why. And they only mention it in the beginning. The other 80% of the video are ostensibly not about that debate whatsoever. As a result, this video...
Okay, if you're actually going to... If that was your argument, maybe I could have seen it the video in a more positive light, but I mean, I probably wouldn't have agreed with you still, but it would have been the same kind of disagreement that the old extra credits videos would have been like. These problems are due to audience media literacy. Oh, yeah. Media literacy has sadly been in decline in America for some time. I personally blame the poor funding to the literature topics and history. And, yeah, I'm saying No Child Left Behind was the biggest fuck up in American history. But yeah, the extra credits just said up front, or mentioned up front, the whole debate regarding orcs. Sure, there would have been plenty of backlash, but I don't think it would have been as severe as the video ultimately got.
Video is a strange half measure, flirting with a controversial topic such as this, but choosing not to address it or even state why they have their opinion. In effect, all this does is manage to piss off anyone who doesn't already agree with you. Again, early on, extra credits knew better than this. In effect, this video displeases anyone who disagrees about the orc thing and anyone who doesn't agree with the main point of the video, leaving a small portion of people who actually agree with EC here. And granted, a large number of the dislikes this video generated are undoubtedly a result of people dislike bombing the video once the controversy gained ground on social media, but still, even as an exploration of how irresponsibly building the evil races in your fictional media can result in very unfortunate implications, I don't think the video delves into that topic with any depth and is only a cursory glance at best. Yet again, it's a controversial political video that only serves to alienate everyone and appeal to very few. Are you familiar?
Oh, hey, Tony. Doesn't know that the video was gone around during Gamergate. Yeah, the movement, even the members of that members wanted to just fucking end already. The movement where neither side won, and we're all still feeling the ramifications of the disaster. Hey. Let me tell you, nobody wins an internet argument. That movement is basically Exhibit A.
With the ship of Theseus paradox? For those unaware, it's a thought experiment that poses the question that if a ship were to have all its components replaced after several years of repairs, is it even the same ship anymore? Let's try to apply this scenario to a YouTube channel. At what point does a YouTube channel stop being itself anymore? This may sound like a strange question, but stick with me here. Once you start replacing different aspects of a YouTube channel over time, at what point does it cease to be the same entity anymore? Let's start with a scenario where I think we can all agree on a verdict. Selling your YouTube channel. And I don't mean selling the rights to the channel whilst you still operate it, like in the case of Smosh. I'm talking transferring all ownership and operation from yourself to a new owner in exchange for money. The best example of this is when Lucas Cruikshank...
I mean, if you actually get the money anyways. The other times, whenever a YouTube channel is given a different owner, it's because it's been hijacked by some crypto scammer. Really freaking annoying all around. Oh, I swap girlfriend.
sold the Fred channel to the Korean corporation Yuksung in 2014.
Oh yeah, that happened.
Yuksung attempted to leverage what remaining popularity the Fred channel had by turning it into a generic variety channel adorned in its branding. I think we can all agree that this isn't the Fred channel. Even with Lucas occasionally appearing on the channel, the nature of the channel is so radically different from before that we all agree it's not the same thing. It's a different channel that's just replacing a pre-existing one. It's like if suddenly Gordon Ramsay rebranded my channel into a cooking channel. It's just something entirely different. So does that...
Or when the crypto scammers just hijack a channel in general. Yeah, I know. I made that joke before. It's really annoying, and I want YouTube to actually do something about those freaking crypto scammers. Oh, am I kidding? YouTube will never pay its creators better.
Mean when the person or people who host the channel posted on a channel are replaced, that it means that it's not the same channel anymore? Well, it depends. We've seen a number of examples of YouTube channels that have their presenters or hosts either changed or entirely replaced, while still generally widely agreed to be part of the same channel. The most famous example is when John Jafari decided to depart from Game Grumps in 2013 to focus on his own channel, JonTron, being replaced with Lee Daniel Avedon of Ninja Sex Party. Whilst the change was immediately met with derision by fans, and you still definitely see people proclaim that the show was better with John, Dan and Aaron have far become so synonymous with the brand of Game Grumps that it's them that you think of when the channel is mentioned, not John and Aaron. Despite
It also kind of helps that Egoraptor was considered the weaker of the two. So really, just Danny joining just kind of didn't really feel that out of place, is what I'm saying.
that being the duo that started it. Another great example is with Ray William Johnson's show Equals 3. You may recognize him for his recent resurgence in popularity on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, but he was once the biggest YouTuber in the early 2010s, thanks to his show Equals 3, where he would showcase viral videos and use them as material for a comedy routine. If you've seen Tosh.0, it's a very similar concept, except with a decidedly less douchey host. Ray started the series all the way back in 2009.
Yeah, sounds about right.
In 2014, he expressed immense dissatisfaction with continuing to work on the show and wanted to end the show in its entirety. But due to fan pushback, Ray settled on having the show continue on without him hosting the show every week, having a guy by the name of Robbie Motts replace him as the show's host. And people generally agree that Robbie was a pretty competent host. Granted, the show did see a big viewership drop, from 3 million views a video to 1 million with Robbie hosting, but I think that's pretty much bound to happen when any big change like this happens. People hate change, so the show changing hosts was enough to make them drop the show. But 1 million views per weekly video even nowadays is excellent viewership. But we can actually look at the very same show for an example where you could very much consider a different host too much of a drastic departure. Robbie hosted the show for only about a year until he then decided to depart to seek other ventures as an actor, and the executive producer of the show, Kaja Martin, stepped in as the new host. Her becoming host, as well as the staff of the show being shaken up, brought about a new era of Equals 3 that was decidedly not everyone's cup of tea. The spirit of Equals 3 was very much so rooted in its sophomoric, vulgar sense of humor.
What the hell is a vacuum cleaner man anyway? Let's see, there's a mailman, a milkman, a policeman. There's no such thing as a vacuum cleaner man. That's just something some stranger said so he could see your tits. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm the vacuum cleaner man. I'm here to inspect your, your tits.
But with Kaja hosting, the show heavily moved away from that style of humor, and now became a watered-down, sanitized show with an outwardly clean humor.
It's okay, Cat. I mean, how could you know? Look, you're just a baby.
That's wet. Nope. What about? Nope. This looks pretty solid. Nope.
Like, this is the kind of show you could show your mom. It's such a massive departure from the kind of humor fans saw when Ray and Robbie were hosting. Needless to say, the large swath of Equals 3 fans who came for that style of humor were not pleased, and this era of Equals 3 is generally not looked upon favorably. It's not because Kaja is a bad person or untalented, it's just that the style of humor she's best at isn't even within the same ballpark as that of the show she's hosting. This is further proven by her successor, Carlos Santos, with the show maintaining the exact same style of humor and still further alienating its original fans. The viewership decrease with Robbie was big enough, but Kaja and Carlos led Equals 3 to an even sharper decline, with the staff officially pulling the plug in 2016. Again, Equals 3 had a very particular style to its comedy and the structure of its jokes, but the staff that took over after Ray and Robbie didn't understand this, and it resulted in one of the internet's biggest and most popular shows being bland, stale, sanitized, and corporate. Doing away with all the vulgar, offensive humor and ironically turning the show into a clone of Cute, Win, or Fail. If you're going to bring new people into your production, especially if they're going to have as much direct involvement as writing and hosting the show, they have to understand the style and appeal of what came before for it to not backfire massively. Especially when it comes to a series focused on something as subjective as comedy, it's going to be really hard to make that transition go over well. I think the best barometer for determining when a YouTube channel has officially become corporate is when the channel starts referencing their hired help as if they're well-established recurring characters that viewers already know and love. When you start to realize you have no idea who is actually making the content you're watching, that's when this shit really feels like a corporate television show now. Game Grumps is a great example of how to do this right and wrong. Everyone remembers the classic Game Grumps crew. You obviously had Dan and Aaron, but you also had Barry and Kevin as channel editors, Brian as the social media manager, and Ross and Susie would show up. But they were given the proper build-up to be organically established as members of the Game Grumps to viewers, and I think they're generally viewed fondly by Game Grumps fans. But then time passed and people shifted around or left and they hired new people, and now they have producers and managers and all types of people working at the company, and they bring them in during their recording sessions and act like they're beloved mainstay members who everyone knows and loves, and it's like, who's this guy? Why are they here? This is literally the first time I've heard of them in my life. Now,
So, Rooster Teeth.
if all but one of the YouTube channel's original team is currently active on the channel, and not only that, but have hired many more people on board, making this original member just one of many, and only really tangentially involved, and on top of that, not only has the feel of their content changed, but the team actively focuses most of their energy on a completely different genre of content, while their original content is now reduced to an afterthought, is that really the same channel at that point? My point with all this is that current day Extra Credits is largely only recognizable today in name and branding alone. The content they entirely focus on today is an entirely different genre than what started their channel. If it weren't for the branding and the art style, you'd think it was a completely different channel unrelated to Extra Credits. The team is different, the content's different, they've put a much bigger emphasis on their educational content as opposed to their gaming side, and even what gaming content they produce nowadays isn't nearly as well produced as what they produced before. Anyone who has been interested in Extra Credits for their gaming videos exclusively probably feels pretty snubbed by the change in direction. But did this change have to happen? I know it's easy to think that every YouTube channel will just naturally change over the course of time, and there's very little one can do about it. After all, people's tastes are constantly evolving, so creators need to be ahead of the curve if they want to remain successful, right? Well, what if I told you there's another channel on YouTube with a very similar history to Extra Credits that has endured over a decade's worth of change and remained as popular as ever whilst changing very little about itself? In fact, it's a channel I've mentioned before in this video. Allow me to introduce...
I don't think this series needs any introduction.
Now, I've wanted to talk about Zero Punctuation for a while on my channel because of how it's one of the most enduring web series online and how it stood the test of time. We collectively view the concept of internet popularity as
The voice isn't sped up, 0 out of 10.
Zero Punctuation has remained basically the same as it was in its inception, and has maintained its popularity all throughout, and I find that quite intriguing. Not only that, but it's also remarkably similar to extra credits in a number of ways, and I think they provide a great example of how a web series can lose its soul over time, and how it can still retain it after 15 plus years. To give a bit of a history lesson to those unaware, and I'm guessing that's most of you, Zero Punctuation is a video game review show by one Ben Yahtzee Croshaw. It initially started out as a couple videos on YouTube where Yahtzee would review Fable the Lost Chapters and the demo for The Darkness. The videos featured a somewhat crude and simplistic but still charming art style, with a witty sense of humor you can come to expect from a Brit. And these videos were practically overnight successes, garnering 500,000 views in the span of a year. That's like a few million views today. It was huge. If you were a gamer online back then, you saw this video. That's just how big Yahtzee immediately blew up. This success was noticed immediately by the
And it also got numerous clones.
A deal where they would provide him review copies for games ahead of release, and he would produce more episodes for their website exclusively. It thus birthed the series we know today as Zero Punctuation. And throughout the years, the series had remained relevant due to Yahtzee's personality, directly shaping the characteristics of the show itself. Yahtzee's fast style of speech mixed with his witty, vulgar sense of humor, which heavily uses similes in order to poke fun at things he's referring to, typically aspects in the games he's covering. Despite there being no shortage of video game review and analysis shows on YouTube, you'd find it incredibly difficult to find another show similar to Yahtzee's. He has crafted the show pretty meticulously to be a show unlike every other online,
Unless
even
Kent Bones.
after all these years. Hence why it has been the bread and butter of The Escapist, and was basically the only show anyone gave a shit about from them. And it's the fact that The Escapist was so vehemently attached to Zero Punctuation that brings us to how they all fucked it up, in one of the biggest blunders made by an online entertainment network since the fall of Machinima. The basic gist is that in 2023, The Escapist got bought out by a new parent company who sought greater returns on investment out of the channel. So, in order to maximize profits, they laid off the editor-in-chief at The Escapist, who is actually well liked among the staff working at the company. In solidarity, the entire staff at The Escapist resigned, including The Escapist's golden boy Yahtzee, who they had desperately clung onto for over a decade at that point as their sole creator they could rely on for consistent, steady income. As it turns out, this type of thing was common at The Escapist, with this particular instance being the last straw for Yahtzee and his compatriots. Yahtzee and the now former Escapist talent would then go on to form their own YouTube channel, Second Wind, with blackjack and hookers. There's only one small problem. The Escapist still owns the rights to Zero Punctuation as an intellectual property. Yahtzee couldn't just go and make more episodes of the show with the same look on this new channel without getting sued. So, in a move practically identical to the creation of the Story of Seasons franchise, Yahtzee proceeded to make a new legally distinct show on Second Wind entitled Fully Ramblematic, which essentially adopts the same format as ZP, just with a new coat of paint so they don't get sued. And just like Story of Seasons, everyone is pretty much in agreement that this is just the continuation of the original series. And that's what I'm getting at here. Zero Punctuation is such a unique show online because it very much reflects the personality and humor of Yahtzee. The show, in effect, is an extension of himself. Zero Punctuation is as much him as he is it. And you can rebrand and rename it all you want, but at its core, it still embodies the very same essence that makes ZP what it is. That's what the you in YouTube is all about, and what separates us from
Yeah, kind of hard to...
The content is more personable and crafted without restrictions like marketability, focus testing, and network
see that
maintenance.
nowadays,
This
but
hasn't been entirely true for a while, but still, having a platform where most anything has a chance to succeed and find an audience is never something we should take for granted. Despite owning the IP to such a popular and long-running show, at least the Escapists were smart enough to know to not pull a Natsume and continue the show by replacing the very thing that made it work in the first place. Try to imagine a Zero Punctuation episode without Yahtzee. Just some bloke making a really shitty knockoff of the show. It's almost impossible to imagine, huh? It's kind of similar.
I mean, not for me. I've seen many of the clones. In fact, Extra Credits started out as one of those clones. So one of the better ones, admittingly.
Similar to what I was discussing earlier with Ray William Johnson. When you replace such an integral part of a show such as this with something that is ostensibly not the same thing, it leads to it feeling like soulless corporate slop. Except it's 1,000 times worse with ZP because it's such a particular show. Very few people would be able to nail Yahtzee's style even remotely as well as he does. And whilst you can rename and rebrand ZP and it remains the same thing, the inverse can also be the case. You can have a show under the same name and branding, but replace so much about how it's made and the principles of the show and its creators, and end up with simply a pale imitation of what came before. Call Yahtzee pretentious all you like, but at the very least, he sticks to his principles and is an ardent defender of what he believes in. Extra Credit started out as a show which championed intelligent design in games with the best interests of the gaming community in mind, only to slowly lose their grip on that over time until they hit the point where they moralized over why games should mangle their game design around a political agenda. Extra Credits just is the soulless relic of what it once was a decade ago. It has become a holistically different entity under the same name. While it might look similar and try to be the same, it just isn't. I'm not saying that Will's testimony is entirely truthful, but his closing statement on his TwitLonger rings especially true. I remain personally dedicated to the idea that Dan Floyd carved into stone all those years ago. Because games matter. Video games are the medium I built my life on, and they'll be the hill I die on. But in the same breath, there are no Starks in Winterfell, and there are no more Dans in EC. And so, let me recap on what the current state of Extra Credits is. Extra Credits was once a pioneering channel in the trend of more intelligent analysis of video games as art, video game design, and virtually all of its aspects. But over time, they began to lose focus on what their mission statement is. They began to defend the shady and predatory practices the industry was employing, instead of championing or even addressing the concerns that the vast majority of the gaming community vocalized. With the departure of Dan and James, the original identity of Extra Credits eroded away, only worsened by their newer controversial episodes, which only served to make it look like the new leadership of the channel were actively tarnishing the reputation of the brand they were now in charge of. And the one thing you can point to as the premier representation of the full-on corporatism of Extra Credits is shifting their entire focus from the gaming content that started the channel in the first place, to now fully committing to history videos, which they only dabbled in as part of a sponsorship. It sucks seeing Extra Credits just become another corporate channel. It's honestly bordering on a content mill at this point. Yet at the same time, I struggle to say that this is definitively a bad outcome. I mean, as much as I heavily prefer their old gaming content, it's inarguable that Extra History is pound for pound a much more popular and successful show. The performance of their history content entirely eclipses that of their gaming content. The Extra Credits format of illustrated lectures lends itself incredibly well to educational history content, as making any form of engaging history content online virtually demands you make some of your own visual representation of events and concepts. This is particularly why channels which employ the use of illustration when recounting stories in history are far and away more popular than those which do not. Especially when it comes to history prior to the 20th century, it's hard to make engaging content out of someone giving a lecture over what little imagery is out there relating to a topic. And it's not just that Extra History has vastly outperformed Extra Credits, even at its peak, but it's also that Extra Credits itself has seen a pretty sharp decline in viewership. For the past few years, Extra Credits' viewership has been all over the place, reaching as high as 500k to as low as 14k. That's even lower than before Extra Credits was even truly a thing. I think a big reason for these fluctuating view counts is the team's strange choice to abandon the channel's branding for their video thumbnails. For a decade, Extra Credits built up a pretty strong visual identity with a very immediately recognizable thumbnail template. Their new ones are literally only recognizable in their art style alone. Before this change, their views were at least somewhat consistent. But the biggest reason for this, in my opinion, is just that the new Extra Credits episodes are the epitome of a YouTube channel just going through the motions. Just putting out content simply for the sake of it. Just looking at their recent topics gives off the strong impression that they've run out of ideas on things to talk about. They used to cover pretty deep topics like Skinnerbox schemes in video games or the impact Minecraft's success will have on the games industry. Now they make videos like why we need to take out taunting emotes in games and why Rock Band failed. Just not anywhere as deep or informative as some of the stuff they made even just after Matt started hosting. It's like a vicious cycle where the EC team losing steam results in lower view counts, which then demotivates them from wanting to put more effort into the series. And on the other side of the coin, part of why Extra Credits' gaming content has also waned in popularity, aside from the controversies, is just because they no longer hold a monopoly over content analyzing game design. As Extra Credits has shifted towards focusing mostly on history content, channels like Design Doc and Game Maker's Toolkit have picked up the slack and started creating content analyzing game design, including subcategories like level design, environmental design, character design, and so on. Hell, Dan himself departed from Extra Credits and started his own channel analyzing video game animation, New Frame Plus.
I don't really think New Game Frame Plus actually got a lot of updates. Could be wrong. Let me look it up. New Frame Plus. Oh, never mind. It actually does get updated. I just never noticed because it's so sporadic and my feed is usually just... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm just not subscribed to the channel for some reason. Finding out. I hate when YouTube just does this to me. No wonder I haven't been getting any of their videos.
The channel essentially serves as a spiritual successor to the short-lived Extra Frame series on EC, now entirely produced by Dan. I'm hoping I at least blew one of your minds with that one. With the passage of time, YouTube channels that were once seen as innovative and pioneers of their genre become normalized and commonplace. What was once seen as a bold new idea just becomes the norm. It just gets integrated as one of the many styles and genres of content on YouTube. It happened to Let's Plays, commentary, video game challenge runs, storytime animation. What was once seen as novel and unique eventually just blends in. The metaphorical final nail in the coffin for Extra Credits came on December 5th of 2022. The Extra Credits team made the official announcement that the show Extra Credits would be moved to its own dedicated channel, initially named Extra Credits Gaming. It's essentially the sign that Extra Credits, as a web show, was basically being sunsetted. Hell, to compare it to games, it's like a game developer making the announcement that their live service game has officially reached end of service. Sure, the servers are still up and running, and the game is still getting new minor content additions, but things like new seasons, expansions, or major content updates are a thing of the past. It's especially evident in the slowed release schedule of new episodes. Extra History is still a weekly show like EC used to be, but Extra Credits has now slowed to a monthly show. Not even, as there has been a 6-month hiatus between the last 2 Extra Credits episodes. The writing is on the wall, and there may come a day not too long from now where the show will probably come to an end. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. I can think of no greater metaphor for a YouTube channel abandoning its original identity than slicing off the show that started the channel off in the first place, and leaving it to fend for itself. Extra Credits literally got hit with the Nicktoons network treatment. Ouch. And just for the record, I'm not even saying that the Extra Credits team is wrong in how they're running their channel in this way. Truth be told, if I was in charge, I would probably make a lot of the same decisions. I don't think the Extra Credits team is purposefully trying to water down Extra Credits and abandon its original identity. The point of this video isn't to shame the Extra Credits team for shifting their priorities to Extra History, but rather, it's to explore some of the philosophical questions involving what is a YouTube channel, and how expanding and corporatizing too much risks obfuscating, if not entirely abandoning the original identity of a channel. 10 years ago, if asked to describe Extra Credits, one would describe them as a channel of illustrated lecture hall videos discussing video game design and games as an art. Now, they're a channel of illustrated historical retellings. This is hardly even remotely similar. Not only that, but I think the current state of EC is just another example to me of just how different the landscape of YouTube is today. The channels and creators I grew up watching in the 2010s aren't here anymore. In this video, I reference a lot of older channels I used to enjoy and distinctly remember how they inspired me to try YouTube. And I always had this lofty, unserious dream that maybe, just maybe, they may one day consider me a peer. And though I'm more popular than ever, I'm stricken with the realization that the world of YouTube I grew up in and wanted to be a part of no longer exists. People change, friendships end, priorities shift, and people move on. And current day Extra Credits is just the embodiment of that idea to me. We are officially in a new era of YouTube, with a new CEO, Shorts having such a large presence, and a lot of the old conventions of the site.
There's a lot of business in Shorts.
And while that means having to say goodbye to some of our favorite creators growing up, that also means a whole new generation of creators to discover and see how they shape and evolve what YouTube content can be, just like how Extra Credits did 15 years ago. So what do you say, bro? Join me in embracing this new age of YouTube content. Who knows? Could kick ass. Could be dangerous. Could totally suck. But whatever the future holds, let's just make sure we make our mark on this website.
Ain't no truer words spoken. Yeah, let's go through the credits. So yeah, that was the that was an yeah. That was Rhythm Rev's video on what happened to extra credits. Yeah, I think I might just listen to music as I have this picture though. There we go. Also, the song that's playing right now is called Beyond the Big Infinity by Dorado, I believe you pronounced that way. He also had a song, or they also had a song on the Overclocked Remix's Secret of Evermore album. Or Terra Enigma album, sorry. Actually, they just have some really good remixes. I don't have remixes. Oh wait, I'm on his channel. I could literally just click through it. Oh man, even as a Gerdo even has a playlist full of his synthwave remixes. I am definitely playing through all those. Oh yeah, also this song happens to be the Terranigma remix they worked on, I mentioned earlier. Hey, Sleepy Ruru. Oh, I'm having a good day. Thank you. There we go. Oh, there's this song again. Good song.
People say you can't change the past, but even still, if there's a possibility, it's worth a try, right? Oh, I do recall losing all now that we parted ways. Our memories will soon fade away. The feelings I can't convey. I'm stuck in the place, and I didn't see. But in the heat, and now I'll be the best I can be. Yeah. You can't change the past. I just found that out. I can no longer make it back to that moment. All my thoughts remain. You have rain. Times I treasured on lows. All the jokes we shared and all of the laughter. Meeting you was a joy. I'm stuck in the place, and I didn't see. But in the here and now, I'll be the best I can be. I couldn't change the past, but seeing it was more than enough. What's important is right now. I finally realized that. I recall the day danger came, but I couldn't escape. You came running in to save me again. Moments just like back then. I'm stuck in the place, and I didn't see. But in the here and now, I'll be the best I can be. Yeah, yeah. You can find out things about the past that you never knew.
Yeah, looks like the playlist. I just think he can play. Okay. I must done with the flat colors for this thing. Probably all I'm going to be doing tonight, but okay. I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, this is basically just a minor scenario featuring Sasha as the main subject. No idea if this is gonna be canon or not. Could be. Well, regardless, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream. I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.